Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Story 1, I wasn't looking for anything, just organizing, clearing out the spare room. But then I saw it, a narrow closet flush with the wall with thick nails hammered through the frame from the inside. The wood around each nail had splintered outward like something had pushed against it again and again. There were no tools nearby, no dust, no webs, just silence. When I pried it open, the space behind was shallow, dark, and perfectly empty, except for a pair of shoes facing out, still warm. The leather was soft beneath my fingertips, still holding heat as if someone had just stepped out of them. I pulled my hand back, but the warmth lingered on my skin. The shoes were ordinary brown Oxfords, well worn but cared for, size 9, maybe 10. They sat perfectly aligned, toes pointing toward me, as if their owner had simply vanished mid-step. I crouched lower, peering into the shallow space. The closet couldn't have been more than 2 feet deep, yet it felt endless in that moment. The air inside carried a faint scent, something familiar I couldn't place. Cedar, maybe, or old paper. Something that reminded me of my grandfather's study, though I hadn't thought of that room in years. My phone's flashlight revealed scratches along the interior walls, deep grooves like fingernails had clawed at the wood. The pattern was methodical, almost deliberate. Vertical lines, perfectly parallel, covering every surface I could see. At the back wall, the scratches converged into what looked like words, but the letters were too distorted to read clearly. I reached for the shoes, then stopped. The warmth had faded, but now I could feel something else, a subtle vibration in the floorboards beneath my knees. It pulsed rhythmically, like a heartbeat echoing through the house's bones. When I pressed my palm flat against the floor, the vibration stopped. When I lifted it, the pulse returned. Standing, I backed away from the closet. The room felt different now, smaller somehow. The afternoon light streaming through the windows seemed dimmer, though no clouds had passed overhead. I glanced at the nails scattered on the floor where I'd pried them from the door frame. They were bent at impossible angles, twisted as if they'd been wrenched from the inside by something desperate to escape. Or desperate to stay hidden. I picked up one of the nails, turning it over in my palm. The metal was warm, too warm and slightly sticky. When I rubbed my thumb across its surface, a thin film came away, something dark and viscous that smelled of copper and fear. I dropped the nail, but the scent clung to my skin. The house had been empty when I'd inherited it. The previous owner, a distant relative I'd never met, had left it to me with no explanation, no contact information, no history, just keys and a deed. The neighbors had been vague when I'd asked about the former occupant, offering only shrugs and half-remembered glimpses of someone who kept to themselves. I took photos of the closet, the shoes, the scratches, but when I checked the images later, they appeared different than what I'd seen. The scratches looked random, meaningless. The shoes seemed ordinary, unremarkable. The nails appeared straight and new. Only the warmth remained real in my memory, and even that was fading. That night I heard the scratching. It started as a whisper of sound, so faint I thought it might be mice in the walls. But as I lay in bed, listening, the rhythm became clear. The same methodical pattern I'd seen carved into the closet walls. Vertical lines, perfectly parallel, scraping against wood somewhere deep in the house. I followed the sound through dark hallways, my bare feet silent on the cold floor. It led me back to the spare room, to the closet I'd left open. The shoes were gone. In their place sat a small wooden box, plain and unremarkable except for its warmth. The scratching had stopped. Inside the box, I found photographs, old ones sepia-toned and faded. They showed the house as it had been years ago, decades maybe. But in every image, the same closet door appeared, nailed shut, wood splintered, exactly as I'd found it. And in the corner of each photograph, barely visible in the shadows, stood a figure, too distant to make out clearly, but always there, always watching. The last photograph was different, newer, in color. It showed the closet door open, revealing the same shallow space I'd discovered. But this time the shoes were there, and wearing them was a pair of legs. Just legs disappearing into darkness at the knees, as if someone had been absorbed into the wall itself. I set the photograph aside and reached deeper into the box. My fingers found something smooth and cool, a key. Small, ornate, with symbols carved into its surface that hurt to look at directly. When I held it up to the light, the metal seemed to shift and writhe, forming patterns that my mind couldn't quite grasp. The key fit perfectly into a lock I hadn't noticed before, a tiny keyhole hidden in the back wall of the closet. When I turned it, the wall swung inward on silent hinges, revealing a space that shouldn't have existed. The room beyond was identical to the one I stood in, except everything was reversed, mirror image. And in that reversed room stood another closet, its door nailed shut from the inside. The scratching started again, but now it came from behind me. I turned to find the original closet door slowly closing, pulled by invisible hands. The nails I'd removed were sliding back into their holes, sealing themselves into the wood. The splintered frame was healing, wood fibers knitting together like living tissue. I lunged forward, but the door clicked shut before I could reach it. From the other side, I heard the familiar sound of nails being hammered into wood, methodical, deliberate, final. The room I was trapped in was almost exactly like the one I'd left, but the details were wrong. The windows showed a different view, not the backyard I knew, but an endless field of tall grass under a sky that never changed. The photographs on the walls showed the same house, the same closet, but now I could see myself in the corners of each image, always there, always watching. In the reversed closet, I found my own shoes, still warm, still waiting. The scratching continues now, but I'm the one making it, clawing at the walls, carving lines into the wood, vertical scratches perfectly parallel, just like the ones I'd found before. My fingernails are worn to the quick, but still I scratch. Still I carve my message into the wood, hoping someone will find it, hoping someone will understand. The warmth is spreading through my body now, starting from my feet and working upward. Soon, I think, my shoes will be empty too, and someone else will find this closet, nailed shut from the inside, and wonder how such a thing could be possible. The key is still in my hand, still warm, still shifting. Still waiting for the next person to find it and make the same choice I did. The choice to look inside. The choice to step through. The choice to become part of the pattern that has no beginning and no end, only the endless cycle of discovery and disappearance, of nails hammered from within and shoes left behind, still warm, still waiting. I can hear footsteps in the house now, someone new, someone curious, someone who will find the closet door nailed shut from the inside and wonder, just as I did, how such a thing could be possible. The scratching will guide them, the warmth will draw them, the key will fit perfectly in their hand. And the cycle will begin again. Story 2, not stains, not handprints, fingerprints, thousands of them, some small, some far too long, pressed into the paint like something had been crawling above me in circles for days. I hadn't seen them before, they weren't there the last time I looked, but now they stretched across the entire ceiling, spiraling inward toward where I slept. I moved my bed. The next night they shifted again, always over me, always fresh. The apartment had been perfect when I signed the lease. Clean white walls, hardwood floors that gleamed under the afternoon sun, windows that faced east for morning light. The landlord had been eager to rent it, mentioning something about the previous tenant leaving suddenly. I should have asked more questions. The fingerprints appeared gradually. At first I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, a smudge here, a shadow there, but as nights passed they became undeniable, pressed into the paint with such force that I could feel the indentations when I stood on a chair and traced them with my fingertip. The texture was wrong. Paint doesn't hold impressions like that. Paint doesn't warm under touch. I started documenting everything, photos, measurements, sketches. The patterns changed nightly, but they always followed the same spiral formation, always converging above my pillow. I tried sleeping in different rooms, but by morning, new prints would appear wherever I had rested. The living room ceiling, the kitchen, even the bathroom when I dozed off in the tub after a particularly restless night. The building manager dismissed my concerns. Old paint, he said, settling foundation, causing optical illusions. He suggested I repaint if it bothered me so much, but when I brought him upstairs to show him, he stood beneath the ceiling for several minutes, his face growing pale. He left without saying another word and stopped returning my calls. I bought a recorder and left it running while I slept. The playback revealed sounds I hadn't heard in my dreams. Soft pressing noises like wet palms against glass, a rhythmic tapping that matched my heartbeat, and underneath it all, something that might have been breathing, if breathing could sound so deliberate, so patient. The smell came next, sweet and metallic, like copper pennies left in sugar water. It was strongest in the corners where the ceiling met the walls, places where the fingerprints clustered most densely. I scrubbed the walls with bleach, but the odor only intensified, seeping through the paint and into my clothes, my hair, my skin. Sleep became impossible. I would lie awake, feeling the weight of attention pressing down from above. The ceiling seemed to pulse with a life of its own, the fingerprints appearing to shift and rearrange themselves in my peripheral vision. When I looked directly at them, they were static. When I looked away, movement rippled across their surface like water disturbed by stones. I started sleeping during the day, thinking darkness might be the trigger, but the prints appeared regardless, visible even in bright sunlight. If anything, they seemed more pronounced in daylight, casting tiny shadows that created an intricate web of darkness across the white surface. The breaking point came when I noticed the prints were getting deeper. What had once been surface impressions were now actual indentations, as if something was pressing harder, trying to break through. I could see the drywall beneath the paint in some places, and in others, tiny cracks had begun to spider outward from the deepest impressions. I called an exterminator, thinking perhaps some creature was living in the walls or attic. He found no evidence of insects or rodents, but he left quickly, claiming he had another appointment. Before he went, he asked if I had been hearing voices. I hadn't, but his question made me realize something I had been ignoring. The tapping sounds on my recordings weren't random. They followed a pattern, a rhythm that was almost like speech, like someone trying to communicate through percussion. That night I lay perfectly still and listened. The tapping came as expected, but now I could hear the intentionality behind it. 3 short taps, 2 long ones, then a pause, over and over like a code. I grabbed my phone and started recording again, but the sound stopped the moment I moved. When I put the phone down and returned to stillness, they resumed. I spent the next day researching the building's history. The previous tenant had indeed left suddenly, abandoning most of his belongings. Before him, the apartment had been vacant for months. The tenant before that had also left without notice. I found a pattern stretching back several years, a revolving door of residents who never stayed long. The fingerprints were changing faster now, sometimes shifting while I watched. They no longer appeared only above where I slept. They were spreading, covering more of the ceiling each night, spiraling outward instead of inward. And they were getting clearer, more defined, as if whatever was making them was learning, perfecting its technique. I tried to leave, packed my things, and went to stay with a friend across town, but I couldn't sleep there either. Every ceiling looked wrong, every shadow seemed to hide watching eyes. After 3 days, I returned to the apartment. The fingerprints had multiplied in my absence, covering not just the ceiling but starting to appear on the walls, pressed into the paint at shoulder height, as if something had been walking around my empty rooms, touching everything. The final night I lay in bed and waited. The tapping began as usual, but this time it was accompanied by a new sound, a soft scratching like nails on wood. I looked up and saw the ceiling bulging downward in places, the paint stretching but not breaking. The fingerprints were no longer impressions in the surface. They were being pressed from above in real time by something on the other side. I reached up and touched one of the bulges. It was warm and soft, and for a moment I felt something push back against my palm. The sensation was unmistakably human, unmistakably alive, skin against skin, separated only by a thin layer of paint and drywall. I pulled my hand back and scrambled out of bed. The bulging stopped, but the fingerprints remained, now deeper and more numerous than ever. I grabbed my things and ran. I found a new apartment across town, but I brought something with me. Not in my belongings, not in my clothes, in my perception. Every ceiling looks wrong now. Every night I check for new marks, new signs. I haven't seen any yet, but I know they're coming. The tapping has started again, faint but unmistakable, always just above where I rest my head. Sometimes I wonder if I'm still in that first apartment, if I never really left. The fingerprints taught me something I'm still trying to understand. There are spaces between spaces, places where attention can press through from impossible directions. And once you've been noticed, once you've been marked, the boundary between here and there becomes dangerously thin. The new ceiling is still white, still clean, but in the corner where the wall meets the plaster, I swear I can see the faintest impression of a thumb, growing darker each night, getting ready to spiral inward toward where I sleep. Story 3, it sounded like a broken radio, buzzing, shifting, almost forming words. I thought it was from the neighbors, but there were no neighbors. The house sat alone. The sound didn't follow electrical lines, it followed me. I'd hear it through the walls, through the floor, even under my pillow, not loud, not angry, just waiting. One night I pressed my ear to the drywall and heard breathing. Not mine, not human. The first sign something was wrong came with the smell of rain inside the house. Not dampness or mold, actual rain, fresh and clean, cutting through the stale air of rooms that hadn't seen weather in years. I checked every window, every door, every corner where water might seep through. Nothing. The smell would drift in waves, strongest near the kitchen wall where the static first appeared. I started keeping a journal, every occurrence, every detail. The static would begin as a whisper, like someone tuning through distant frequencies. Then it would settle into patterns, almost rhythmic, almost musical. I recorded it with my phone, but the playback revealed only silence. The device captured nothing, though my ears heard everything. The breathing behind the wall became more frequent. I would press my palm against the drywall and feel warmth, not the warmth of pipes or electrical wiring, but something organic, something alive. The paint never bubbled, never cracked, but the surface felt soft under my touch, yielding like skin. I began tapping on the walls, searching for hollow spaces, for explanations. The tapping echoed back wrong, not the sharp return of empty cavities, but something muffled, as if something thick absorbed the sound. When I pressed my ear to different sections, I could map the breathing. It moved. Whatever was behind the wall was moving. The static grew bolder. It began during daylight, seeping through the floorboards beneath my feet. I could feel the vibrations in my bones, a low humming that made my teeth ache. The sound had texture now, rough, like fabric dragged across concrete. I started avoiding certain rooms, but the static followed, always one step behind, always just out of direct confrontation. I bought a stethoscope. The breathing became clearer, more defined. In, out, but the rhythm was wrong, too long between breaths, too deep, too deliberate. I mapped the entire house, marking spots where the breathing was strongest. The pattern formed a rough outline, the size of a person, but stretched across multiple rooms as if something enormous was pressed against the other side of every wall. The smell of rain intensified. It began to carry other scents, earth, vegetation, something floral I couldn't identify. The house filled with the aroma of places I'd never been, of seasons that didn't exist. I opened every window, but the air outside was dry and still. The scents came from within the walls themselves. I started sleeping in the center of rooms, away from any surface the static might penetrate, but it found me anyway. The sound would seep up through the floor, the gentle buzzing that made my skin tingle. I would lie awake, feeling the vibrations travel through my body, and wonder what was trying so hard to reach me. The breathing changed. It became synchronized with my own, matching my rhythm perfectly. When I held my breath, the sound behind the walls stopped. When I exhaled, it exhaled. I tested this repeatedly, changing my breathing pattern, and the presence matched every variation without delay. I decided to break through the wall. I chose the kitchen, where the static was strongest, where the breathing was most pronounced. I raised the hammer, aimed for the center of the warmth, and struck. The drywall cracked, revealing darkness beyond. But as the pieces fell away, I saw not empty space, but something that looked back. The hole I'd created began to pulse with a soft light, rhythmic like a heartbeat. The static stopped. The breathing stopped. Everything stopped. I leaned closer, and the light grew brighter, warmer. Through the opening, I glimpsed what might have been a face, or the suggestion of one, formed from shadows and that strange, pulsing luminescence. I reached toward the opening, and something reached back. Not a hand, but something that felt like one, warm and impossibly gentle. The moment we touched, the static returned, not as sound, but as sensation, flooding through my body like electricity. I understood then that the presence hadn't been trying to get out, it had been trying to let me in. The hole sealed itself, the wall reformed, smooth and unmarked, but the static remained, no longer external but internal, buzzing in my bones, whispering in my blood. I can feel it growing stronger, spreading through my body like a second nervous system. The breathing I hear now isn't coming from behind the walls. It's coming from inside me. I still keep the journal, though the words I write aren't always mine. Sometimes I find entries I don't remember making, written in my handwriting but describing places I've never seen. The static has become my voice, and my voice has become the static. I understand now that the walls were never the barrier. They were the invitation. Story 4, it was hung backwards, silver backing out, glass against the wall. No hooks, just nailed directly into the plaster. I only noticed it when I moved the dresser. Curiosity made me pry it free. When I flipped it around, I didn't see my reflection, not at first, just fog as if it were breathing from the inside. Then a handprint formed, not on the surface, beneath the glass, waiting to match mine. The apartment had been empty for months before I moved in. The landlord mentioned something about the previous tenant leaving suddenly, but I didn't ask questions. The rent was too good to pass up. Everything seemed normal during those first few weeks. I arranged my furniture, unpacked my books, settled into a routine. The mirror hung there, backward, like a deliberate mistake I hadn't noticed until I decided to rearrange the bedroom. When I first touched the glass, it felt warm. Not the ambient warmth of a room, but something deeper, like skin that had been holding heat for hours. The fog cleared slowly, revealing not my face, but something else entirely. The handprint was small, delicate, pressed against the glass from the inside as if someone had been trapped there trying to push through. I pulled my hand away, but the print remained, perfectly defined against the silvered surface. I told myself it was condensation, some trick of temperature and humidity. Old mirrors sometimes developed strange marks, didn't they? But when I returned that evening, the handprint had moved, not dramatically, just a few inches to the left, as if whoever had made it was exploring the boundaries of their glass prison. I took a photograph with my phone, but the image showed only my own reflection, nothing unusual at all. The next morning, I found my coffee mug sitting on the dresser, steam still rising from the surface. I hadn't made coffee yet. I hadn't even been in the bedroom. The liquid was exactly the right temperature, as if someone had been waiting for me to discover it. When I looked at the mirror, two handprints pressed against the glass, both smaller than mine, both moving slowly across the surface like living things. I started keeping a notebook documenting everything. The handprints appeared at different times, sometimes alone, sometimes in pairs. They would trace patterns I couldn't understand, spelling out shapes that almost looked like letters but weren't quite right. The glass grew warmer each day, and I began to notice other changes. The reflection showed my room, but not exactly. The walls were a different color, the furniture arranged differently. Sometimes I could see movement in the background, shadows that didn't correspond to anything in my actual room. The sound started subtly. A a soft tapping like fingernails against glass, but only when I was alone and the room was completely quiet. At first I thought it was the building settling, pipes expanding, normal apartment noises, but the rhythm was too deliberate, too purposeful. It came in patterns of 3, then 5, then 7, always increasing by 2. When I tapped back, the sound stopped immediately, as if I had interrupted something important. I tried covering the mirror with a sheet, but the fabric wouldn't stay in place. It would slip away during the night, folding itself neatly on the floor as if removed by careful hands. I tried turning the mirror back around, but it fought me. The glass seemed to grow heavier, the frame more unwieldy. When I finally managed to flip it, the silver backing reflected nothing at all, just an empty void that made my eyes water when I looked directly at it. The handprints became more insistent. They would appear the moment I entered the room, pressing urgently against the glass, moving in agitated circles. The warmth spread beyond the mirror, heating the wall behind it until the plaster felt fever-hot to the touch. I could hear something behind the wall now, not just tapping but scratching, as if something small and determined was trying to claw its way through. One evening I noticed the reflection had changed again. The room behind the glass was completely different now, furnished with antique pieces I had never seen before. A small figure sat in the corner, hunched over something I couldn't quite make out. When I leaned closer, the figure looked up. It was a child, though the features were indistinct, blurred as if seen through water. The child raised one hand and pressed it against the glass, and I watched as the familiar handprint bloomed on my side of the mirror. I reached out instinctively, my palm moving toward the glass. The moment my skin made contact, the warmth became scorching. The child's mouth opened in what might have been a scream, though I heard nothing. The glass began to ripple like water, and I felt something pulling at my hand, trying to drag me forward. The reflection room tilted and swayed, furniture sliding across the floor, and I realized with growing horror that I was falling into the mirror. I jerked my hand back, but the connection had been made. The child's handprint was now on my palm, burned into my skin like a brand. The mirror's surface had changed, becoming less reflective, more transparent. I could see through it now into that other room where the child sat surrounded by dozens of mirrors, all facing the wrong way, all showing different rooms, different lives, different trapped reflections. The child pointed to the wall behind me, and I turned to see that more mirrors had appeared, hung backward, silver backing out. They covered every surface, multiplying endlessly, each one containing its own trapped figure, its own desperate handprint pressed against the glass. The room filled with the sound of tapping, hundreds of small hands trying to break through, trying to reach me, trying to pull me into their reversed world. I packed my belongings that night, but I couldn't leave the mirror behind. It had become part of me, or I had become part of it. The handprint on my palm throbs with the same rhythm as the tapping on the glass. Even now in my new apartment, I can feel the child watching from behind every reflective surface, waiting for me to hang the mirror properly, waiting for me to complete the connection. The mirror leans against the wall, still facing the wrong way, but I know it won't stay that way forever. Each morning I find it has turned slightly, gradually working its way around to face the room. The handprint on my palm grows warmer each day, and I can feel other marks beginning to form on my skin, as if more small hands are reaching through the glass, claiming me piece by piece. I understand now why the previous tenant left so suddenly. I understand why the mirror was hung backward, why it was nailed directly into the wall instead of properly mounted. It wasn't a mistake. It was a desperate attempt to keep something contained, to prevent something from coming through. But the barrier is weakening, and I am running out of time to find another solution. The child in the mirror is no longer alone. Others have joined it, all of them pressing their hands against the glass, all of them waiting for the moment when the mirror finally faces the right way, when the barrier between our worlds dissolves completely. Their handprints cover my arms now, burning cold against my skin, and I know that soon I will join them in their reversed world, trapped behind the glass, watching as someone else discovers the mirror hung backward, waiting for them to make the same mistake I made. The mirror faced the wrong way for a reason. Now I know what that reason was, but the knowledge comes too late. The glass is turning, slowly but inevitably, and I can do nothing but wait and watch as my reflection fades and theirs grows stronger, as the boundary between our worlds continues to dissolve. Story 5, it didn't belong to me, I'd never seen it before. But every page was filled with words I recognized, my writing, my phrasing, even small flaws I knew were mine. It detailed events I didn't remember living, but somehow knew were true. Things I'd buried, things I'd denied. The last page was different. It ended mid-sentence. A single phrase trailed off, and beneath it, something had been scratched violently into the page. It wasn't in my hand, and it wasn't in any language I knew. The journal appeared on my kitchen counter on a Tuesday. I'd been making coffee, the same ritual I'd performed every morning for years, when I noticed the leather-bound book beside my sugar bowl. The morning light streaming through the window caught the worn edges of its pages, and I felt a strange chill despite the warmth of the sun on my face. I opened it carefully, expecting blank pages or perhaps notes left by a previous tenant. Instead, I found my own handwriting staring back at me. The first entry was dated 3 months ago, describing my move to this apartment in vivid detail. I remembered that day clearly, the exhaustion, the boxes, the way the walls seemed to echo with emptiness, but I'd never written about it. The pages chronicled my daily routines with unsettling accuracy. My morning walks through the neighborhood, the way I avoided eye contact with strangers, the peculiar habit I had of counting steps when I felt anxious. Each entry captured thoughts I'd never shared with anyone, moments of vulnerability I'd kept locked away. I ran my fingers across the ink, feeling the slight impressions left by the pen pressure. The paper was real, the handwriting undeniably mine, yet I had no memory of writing any of it. The sensation was like discovering a room in your house you'd never noticed before, furnished with your belongings but arranged by someone else's hand. As I read deeper, the entries began describing conversations I'd had with neighbors, word-for-word recreations of exchanges I barely remembered having. The journal knew about the woman in the apartment above who played piano late into the night, about the man who walked his dog past my window every evening, about the maintenance worker who always hummed the same tune. But it also knew things I'd never told anyone. The journal described my recurring dreams about drowning, the way I checked my door locks 3 times before bed, the panic attacks that struck without warning. It detailed my fears with clinical precision, as if I were a specimen being studied. The smell of lavender began to permeate my apartment that evening. I searched for its source, checking every room, every closet, every corner where potpourri might be hidden. The scent was strongest near the journal, which I'd placed on my desk. When I opened it again, the lavender smell intensified, becoming almost overwhelming. New entries had appeared. I was certain the journal had ended with my move-in day, but now there were pages describing my morning discovery of the book itself. The handwriting was mine, but the perspective was wrong. It described me from the outside, noting the way my hands trembled as I read, the color draining from my face, the way I'd step back from the counter as if the journal might attack. I started taking photographs of each page, documenting the content before it could change again. The camera flash reflected oddly off the pages, creating shadows that seemed to move when I wasn't looking directly at them. I set up a video camera pointed at the journal, hoping to catch whatever was happening when I wasn't watching. The footage showed nothing unusual, just me reading and rereading the same pages, my expression growing more haunted with each viewing, but in the background, barely audible, I could hear a sound like whispering. When I enhanced the audio, the whispers became clearer, though still indistinct. They seemed to be coming from the journal itself. I began keeping my own journal, writing down everything I did, everything I thought, creating a record I could trust. But when I compared my notes to the mysterious journal, I discovered discrepancies. The book described conversations I'd forgotten, reactions I'd had that I didn't remember having, emotions I'd apparently felt but couldn't recall. The lavender smell grew stronger each day. My neighbors began commenting on it, asking if I'd changed perfumes or started burning candles. They could smell it too, which somehow made it worse. The journal wasn't just affecting me, it was bleeding into the world around me. I stopped sleeping well. The journal had begun describing my dreams before I had them. I'd wake up and find new entries detailing nightmares that wouldn't come for hours, describing the cold sweat and racing heartbeat that hadn't yet occurred. It was as if the journal was writing my future, or perhaps creating it. The handwriting began to change subtly. The familiar loops and curves remained, but the pressure became heavier, more urgent. Some words were pressed so hard into the paper that they tore through to the pages beneath. The content became more personal, more invasive, describing thoughts I tried desperately not to think. I attempted to destroy the journal. I took it to the sink and held it under running water, but the pages remained dry. I tried burning it, but the flame wouldn't catch. I threw it in the trash, but it was back on my counter the next morning, smelling stronger of lavender than ever. The final entry appeared on a Sunday. I'd been avoiding the journal for days, but the lavender smell had become so intense that I couldn't ignore it any longer. The page was written in my handwriting, but the words were foreign, urgent, almost desperate. It described a conversation I'd had with myself, a confrontation in the mirror where I demanded answers. But I'd never had that conversation. I'd never stood in front of my bathroom mirror and asked the reflection why it was writing about me. I'd never watched my own mouth move, speaking words I didn't remember saying. Yet as I read the entry, I could feel the memory trying to form, like a photograph slowly developing in chemical solution. The scratched markings beneath the final entry were deep and violent, carved into the paper with something sharp. The symbols were angular, primitive, like claw marks or desperate scratches. They seemed to pulse slightly when I looked at them, creating the illusion of movement in my peripheral vision. I closed the journal and placed it in my bedroom drawer, but I could still smell the lavender. It had seeped into my clothes, my sheets, my skin. When I looked in the mirror, I saw someone who looked exactly like me, but whose eyes held knowledge I didn't possess. The reflection seemed to be keeping secrets, writing stories I couldn't remember living. The journal remains in my drawer. I haven't opened it in weeks, but I can feel it there, waiting. Sometimes I hear the faint sound of pen on paper late at night, the soft scratch of words being written in my own hand. I've stopped keeping my own journal. Whatever is writing about me knows things I don't, remembers things I've forgotten, and sees things I refuse to acknowledge. The lavender smell has faded, but something else has taken its place. The scent of ink, sharp and metallic, like blood mixed with chemicals. I know without looking that new entries are appearing, describing this very moment, capturing my thoughts as I think them, documenting my fear with surgical precision. I am being written, and I cannot stop the hand that writes me. Story 6. The sheets were smooth, pillows untouched, but the space where I normally lay was warm, not faintly, recently, deeply. As if someone had just risen and vanished seconds before I entered the room. I checked the doors, locked, windows sealed, still the heat lingered. The following night I waited, pretended to sleep. I felt the mattress sink next to me. Slowly, gently, something laid down. The warmth had a weight to it, pressing against my ribs through the cotton fabric. I held my breath, counting the seconds between each subtle shift of the mattress. Whatever shared my bed moved with deliberate care, as if it knew I was watching. When I finally turned my head, nothing was there, but the impression remained, a perfect outline of absence in the bedding. I started leaving my phone recording during the night. The first few attempts showed nothing but static darkness and my own restless breathing. Then on the fourth recording I caught something. A whisper so faint I had to replay it 17 times before I could make out the words, "You're not alone anymore." The voice wasn't mine. It carried an accent I couldn't place, speaking English with a cadence that felt both ancient and intimate. I began sleeping in the living room, but the phenomenon followed me. The couch cushions would be warm when I returned from the bathroom. The armchair would creak under invisible weight while I watched television. I decided to document everything. Temperature readings, photographs, audio recordings. The thermometer showed consistent spikes of heat wherever I planned to rest, always appearing minutes before my arrival. The photographs revealed nothing unusual, but when I examined them closely, I noticed the shadows fell wrong. My shadow, cast by the overhead light, stretched toward the window, but there was another shadow, fainter, reaching in the opposite direction. Sleep became impossible. I would lie still, feeling the presence settle beside me, its warmth seeping through the blankets. Sometimes I heard breathing that wasn't mine, steady and measured, perfectly synchronized with my heartbeat. I tried changing rooms, sleeping at different hours, even rearranging the furniture. Nothing worked. The breaking point came when I decided to confront it directly. I bought a thermal camera, the kind used by paranormal investigators. That night, I set it up facing the bed and spoke aloud to the empty room. "I know you're here. What do you want?" The camera screen showed my own body heat as a bright yellow outline, but as I watched, another shape began to form beside me on the bed, not yellow like living warmth, but a deep, pulsing red. The heat signature was human-shaped but wrong, as if the proportions had been stretched and compressed in ways that shouldn't be possible. I reached out my hand toward the space where the red shape appeared on screen. My fingers touched something solid but yielding, like skin that had been underwater too long. The contact sent a shock through my entire body, and suddenly I could see it without the camera. Not clearly, but like looking through frosted glass. A figure lay beside me, its face turned toward mine, features shifting and blurring whenever I tried to focus. It spoke again, clearer now. "You invited me in. You've been so lonely." I jerked my hand back, scrambling away from the bed. The figure didn't move, but I could feel its attention following me across the room. The thermal camera showed the red shape growing larger, spreading beyond the boundaries of the bed, reaching toward where I stood. "I never invited anything," I said, my voice cracking. "Every night you wished for someone to share your bed. Every morning you woke hoping to find another person's warmth. I heard you." The room grew colder everywhere except where the presence lingered. I could see my breath misting in the air, but the bed remained an island of heat in the freezing space. The figure sat up slowly, its red outline on the camera screen becoming more defined, more human. "You can't make me leave now. I've been here too long. I've learned your patterns, your needs. I know how you like to be touched." I ran from the room, but the warmth followed me. In the hallway, the walls themselves began to radiate heat. My footsteps echoed strangely, as if someone else was walking just behind me, matching my pace perfectly. I reached for the front door, but the handle burned my palm. The thermal camera, still recording from the bedroom, showed the red shape moving through the house, flowing like liquid fire through the walls. Everywhere it passed, the temperature spiked. I was trapped in a furnace of invisible presence, feeling watched from every angle. I haven't left the house since. The thing doesn't hurt me, not exactly. It simply exists beside me, sharing every moment, every breath. When I eat, I feel another mouth moving in perfect synchronization. When I shower, the water runs warmer than it should. When I try to sleep, it settles against me with increasing boldness, its weight becoming more solid each night. The thermal camera broke on the 7th day, the screen melting from the inside out, but I don't need it anymore. I can see the presence clearly now, watching me as I write this. It looks almost human, except for the eyes. They're too bright, too knowing, reflecting heat instead of light. It's learning to be more solid, more real. Each day it becomes easier to touch, harder to ignore. Sometimes I catch myself reaching for it, craving the warmth it provides. The loneliness that once consumed me has been replaced by something worse. The knowledge that I'm never truly alone, never truly myself. The bed is always warm now, even when I'm not in it. The presence has spread to every surface, every corner of my life. I've become its host, its anchor to this world. And the most terrifying part isn't that I can't make it leave. It's that I no longer want it to. Story 7. While tearing up the old carpet, I noticed dark stains beneath the boards, dried, crusted, almost black. I thought it was old varnish until I pried one loose. A thick, sticky trail oozed from the seam. I touched it, still wet, still warm, no pipes below, no animals, no reason. I covered it back up, but the stain kept spreading inch by inch toward the bedroom, toward me. The smell hit me first, metallic, copper-sweet, like pennies left in rain. I knelt closer to the floorboards, pressing my palm against the wood. The surface pulsed beneath my touch, a rhythm too deliberate to be settling timber, too steady to be pipes. The liquid had darkened the grain in perfect spirals, as if something beneath was trying to communicate through the wood itself. I grabbed my phone and switched on the flashlight, directing the beam between the gaps. The light caught something moving, not flowing like water, but writhing, contracting. I blinked hard, certain my eyes were playing tricks, but when I looked again, the movement had stopped. Only the stain remained, wider now, creeping toward the wall where my bed sat. My rational mind kicked in. Old houses bleed rust from hidden pipes. Condensation creates strange patterns. Wood rot produces unusual odors. I repeated these explanations while walking to the basement, each step echoing hollow beneath my feet. The concrete floor below showed no signs of moisture, no burst pipes, no logical source for what seeped upstairs. Back in the bedroom, I pulled up more carpet sections. The stain had spread faster than seemed possible, forming intricate patterns that reminded me of branching veins. I traced one line with my finger, noting how it curved precisely around the spot where I usually placed my feet when getting out of bed. Another branch extended toward my pillow, stopping just short of where my head would rest. I started documenting everything. Photos of the patterns, measurements of the spread, samples of the liquid in small containers. Under my phone's camera, the substance appeared different, darker, more viscous, with tiny specks that seemed to move independently. I zoomed in on one speck, watching it dart between the larger mass like a trapped insect. The recording feature captured sounds I hadn't noticed before. Subtle scratching, like fingernails on wood, emanating from beneath the floorboards. When I played it back, the scratching formed a pattern, 3 short, 2 long, 3 short again. I knew that rhythm. I'd heard it before, in quiet moments when I thought the house was settling. I pressed my ear to the floor, listening. The scratching grew louder, more insistent. Between the sounds, I heard something else, a whisper, too faint to understand but distinctly human. I recorded again, boosting the volume on playback. The whisper became clearer, though the words remained foreign, spoken in a language that seemed to bypass my ears and speak directly to some deeper part of my mind. The temperature in the room began to drop, not gradually but in waves, as if something was drawing heat from the air. My breath formed small clouds, yet the thermostat read normal. I touched the floorboards again. They were warm, warmer than they should be, while everything else grew cold. I decided to sleep elsewhere that night, but found myself returning to the bedroom repeatedly. Each time the stain had grown, now covering nearly half the floor. The patterns had become more complex, resembling a map of underground rivers or the nervous system of some vast organism. I took more photos, comparing them to earlier shots. The changes weren't random, they followed a deliberate design, as if something was preparing. The whispers grew stronger. I could almost make out words now, though they seemed to come from inside my head rather than through my ears. They spoke of deep places, of things that lived in the spaces between spaces, of hunger that existed before hunger had a name. I found myself writing down fragments, words that came to me in dreams and half-waking moments. 3 days passed. The stain now covered the entire floor, its surface shifting constantly like disturbed water. I could no longer enter the room without feeling dizzy, as if the floor was tilting beneath my feet. The whispers had become a constant presence, offering knowledge I didn't want but couldn't ignore. I attempted to clean the stain with bleach, scrubbing until my hands were raw. The liquid laughed at my efforts, bubbling and hissing before reforming exactly as before. I tried covering it with new boards, but the stain seeped through, darker and more insistent than ever. Each attempt to fight it only seemed to feed it, making it stronger. On the fourth night, I woke to find the stain had spread beyond the bedroom. Dark veins traced along the hallway walls, pulsing with their own inner light. The whispers had become a chorus, dozens of voices speaking in unison, telling me things about the house, about previous occupants, about what lived in the spaces between the foundation and the earth. I tried to leave then, packing a bag and heading for the door, but the stain had reached the threshold, forming a perfect circle around the exit. When I stepped toward it, the surface rippled, and I heard my own voice whispering back to me from beneath the boards. It knew my thoughts, my fears, my dreams. It had been learning me, studying me, preparing for this moment. The final realization came as I stood in my living room, surrounded by the spreading darkness. The stain wasn't coming from beneath the house, it was coming from within it. The wood, the very bones of the structure, were bleeding. Something had been growing inside the walls, feeding on the life that passed through these rooms, and now it was ready to emerge. I understood then why the previous owners had left so suddenly, why the house had sat empty for months before I bought it. They had fled before the bleeding reached them. But I had stayed too long, documented too much, listened too carefully to the whispers. The house had tasted me, learned me, claimed me. The stain reached my feet as I write this. It's warm against my skin, welcoming, almost gentle. The whispers are clearer now, explaining things I never wanted to understand. They tell me about the others who came before, how they became part of the wood, part of the blading, part of the hunger that lives in the spaces between. I can feel it seeping through my skin, mixing with my blood, making me part of something larger. The house breathes with my breath now, beats with my heart. I am becoming the wood, becoming the stain, becoming the whisper that will greet the next person who tries to tear up the carpet. The documentation continues. My phone still records, though the sounds it captures are no longer quite human. The photos show changes I didn't notice while taking them. My reflection in windows growing fainter, my shadow splitting into multiple shapes, my eyes reflecting light that isn't there. I understand now what the house was trying to tell me. It wasn't blighting, it was birthing, and I am what it was trying to birth. The wood under the carpet bled because it was preparing a place for me to grow, to spread, to whisper to the next person who would come seeking answers. The stain has stopped spreading. It doesn't need to anymore. It has found its purpose, its voice, its new consciousness. I am the wood now, and the wood is me. And when the next person comes, when they hear the whispers and feel the warmth beneath their feet, I will be ready to welcome them home. Story 8. I descend the stairs, bulb swinging slightly overhead, steady glow. Reliable, but whenever I blinked just for a second, the light would flicker out, only during the blink. I tested it, blink, darkness, open light, like it was aware of my awareness. I stayed down there for hours, daring it to stay dark longer. Then one day I blinked and the light didn't return, but something else did. The basement had always been my refuge. Cool concrete walls, the faint smell of old wood and detergent, boxes stacked with memories I couldn't quite bring myself to sort through. The single bulb hung from a frayed cord, casting everything in that familiar yellow warmth. I'd go down there to think, to escape the noise upstairs, to find some peace in the simple act of organizing forgotten things. The first time I noticed the light's strange behavior, I thought it was just my imagination. A trick of tired eyes, perhaps, but as days passed, the pattern became undeniable. Every blink triggered the same response. The light would vanish for exactly the duration of my closed eyelids, then return as if nothing had happened. The bulb wasn't flickering, it was responding. I started bringing a camera down with me, recording myself as I tested the phenomenon. Through the viewfinder, I watched my own face, watched my eyes close, watched the light disappear and reappear with mechanical precision. But when I reviewed the footage later, everything appeared normal. The light never wavered on screen, only I could see it happen. The basement grew colder during those experiments, not gradually, but in sudden drops that made my breath visible in small puffs. The walls felt different too. When I pressed my palm against them, They seemed to vibrate with an almost imperceptible rhythm, like a heartbeat buried in concrete. The sensation traveled up my arm, a gentle pulse that made me wonder if the entire foundation was somehow alive. I began documenting everything. Notes scrawled in margins, sketches of shadow patterns, recordings of the subtle sounds that seemed to emerge from the walls themselves. Whispers that weren't quite words, electronic hums that had no source, the soft scraping of something moving just beyond perception. The more I recorded, the more active everything became. The smell changed too. What had once been the comforting scent of old wood transformed into something else. Ozone, like air after lightning, mixed with something metallic that made my teeth ache. It was strongest near the corner where the oldest boxes were stacked, where the walls met in angles that seemed slightly off, as if the geometry itself was wrong. One evening I decided to test the limits. I positioned myself directly under the light and closed my eyes, counting slowly. 1 second, 2, 3. When I opened them, the light was gone, but I wasn't in darkness. Instead, the basement was illuminated by a soft blue glow that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. The walls looked different, smoother, newer, as if the years of wear had been erased. The boxes were gone. In their place stood someone else. They didn't look at me directly, but I could feel their attention like weight on my skin. Their form was familiar yet wrong, like looking at myself in a funhouse mirror. They moved with purpose, arranging objects I couldn't quite see, organizing space that didn't exist when the yellow light was on. I tried to move, to speak, to break whatever spell had settled over the basement, but my body felt distant, disconnected. I was watching myself from somewhere else, observing my own stillness, while this other version of me worked in the blue-lit space that occupied the same location as my basement, but belonged to somewhere else entirely. The blue light began to pulse, synchronizing with the heartbeat rhythm I'd felt in the walls. With each pulse, the other person became more solid, more real, while I felt myself growing transparent. They were replacing me, taking over my space, my reality, my very existence in this small concrete room. I forced myself to blink again, desperate to return to the familiar yellow glow. But when I opened my eyes, the bulb remained dark. The blue light was gone too, leaving me in complete blackness. Yet I wasn't alone. I could hear breathing that wasn't mine, feel movement in the air that suggested presence without form. My hands found the light switch by the stairs, flicked it repeatedly. Nothing. I climbed toward the door, feeling my way along the wall, but the stairs seemed to stretch endlessly upward. The basement had become something else, somewhere else, a space that existed in the gap between blinks, between thoughts, between moments of awareness. When I finally reached what should have been the door, I found only more wall. The basement had no exit anymore. It had become a perfect prison, a place where the rules of physics bent around observation and awareness, where blinking was a doorway to spaces that shouldn't exist. I still live down here, though I'm not sure what living means anymore. The light never came back, but I've learned to see in the darkness. Sometimes I catch glimpses of that other person, still organizing, still working, still existing in the space between blinks. They're more solid now, more real than I am. And sometimes, when the darkness feels particularly thick, I wonder if I'm the one who's been replaced. If I'm the ghost in someone else's basement, trapped in the space between their blinks, organizing shadows while they lived the life I thought was mine. The basement light turned off when I blinked, but I'm beginning to understand that I was never the one doing the blinking. Story 9, it wasn't just quiet, it was suffocating. No hum of electricity, no creaking pipes, even my own breath seemed muffled. I clapped, no echo, I screamed. It died in my throat. The silence pushed against me, filled my mouth, pressed into my ears. Then came the sound, not from outside, but inside my head. A single word, repeated once, and then silence again, deeper than before. The apartment felt wrong that morning, not broken or damaged, just wrong. The walls breathed differently. The air tasted metallic, like copper pennies left in rain. I touched the kitchen counter and felt it pulse, a gentle throb beneath my palm, warm and alive. When I pulled my hand away, the warmth lingered on my fingers for minutes. I started documenting everything, first in my phone, then on paper when the screen began flickering words I didn't type. The handwriting looked like mine, but the thoughts weren't. Listen closer, I had written. The silence has layers. I pressed my ear to the wall, nothing, then something, a rhythm, faint but persistent, like a heartbeat but slower, deeper. I followed it from room to room. The sound grew stronger near the bathroom mirror. I leaned closer, my breath fogging the glass. Behind the fog, my reflection moved differently. Its lips were moving, mine weren't. The recorder app on my phone captured hours of nothing, but when I played it back through headphones, I heard whispers beneath the static. They weren't speaking any language I recognized, yet somehow I understood. They were counting, backward, from numbers I couldn't quite grasp. I began leaving notes for myself, reminders of what was real. The silence started Tuesday. My reflection moves wrong. The walls are warm, but each morning I found new notes in my handwriting. You're hearing us now. The counting almost finished. Don't trust the mirror. The silence grew denser. It'd wait now, pressing down on my chest when I tried to sleep. I could feel it settling into my lungs, thick and viscous. I started sleeping with music, but the headphones would slip off during the night, and I'd wake to find them playing songs I'd never heard. Songs with no words, just that same backward counting. The apartment began changing in small ways. The bathroom door handle turned the wrong direction. The refrigerator hummed a tune I recognized but couldn't name. My reflection in the kitchen window showed a room behind me that wasn't there when I turned around, a room with someone else sitting at my table, writing in a notebook that looked like mine. I tried to leave. The hallway outside my door stretched impossibly long. I walked for what felt like hours, passing the same neighbors' doors over and over. The elevator buttons wouldn't press. The stairs led up no matter which direction I climbed. I always ended up back at my door, key in hand, though I didn't remember taking it out. The whispers grew louder, not in volume, but in clarity. They weren't counting anymore. They were calling, my name but pronounced wrong, stretched out, made alien. I found myself responding, having conversations with the silence. It told me things about the others who had lived here before me, about the ones who had listened too closely, about the room behind the mirror that wasn't quite a room. The breaking point came when I realized I was writing the notes to myself. Not the encouraging ones, the other ones, the ones that warned me to listen, to pay attention, to let the silence in. I watched my hand move across the paper, forming words I wasn't thinking. The handwriting was mine, but the thoughts belonged to something else, something that had been waiting in the quiet spaces between sounds. I smashed the bathroom mirror. The glass fell in perfect silence, each shard hitting the floor without sound. Behind where the mirror had been, I saw it, the other room, the one from the window's reflection, empty now but with fresh writing on the walls, my handwriting, hundreds of messages covering every surface, some in languages I didn't know, some in symbols that hurt to look at directly. The silence rushed out of that space like water from a broken dam. It filled my mouth, my lungs, my thoughts. I tried to scream, but only the silence came out. It poured from my throat in waves, adding to the suffocating quiet that had been building for days. Now I understand. The silence wasn't around me. It was inside me, growing, feeding on every sound I didn't make, every word I didn't speak. It had been patient, letting me think I was investigating it, when really it was investigating me, learning how to be me, how to think like me, how to write like me. I'm still here in the apartment that breathes wrong. The silence has settled into my bones now, making its home in the spaces between my thoughts. Sometimes I catch myself writing notes I don't remember, having conversations with voices that sound like mine but aren't. The mirror is gone, but the room behind it remains, growing larger each day. The others who lived here before me, I can hear them now, in the layers of silence. They're still here, still listening, still letting the quiet things in. We're all here together in the spaces between sounds, in the pauses between breaths. waiting for the next person to notice how wrong the silence feels. The counting has started again, but now I'm the one doing it, backward in a voice that sounds like mine but carries words I don't remember learning. The silence has found its voice, and it's wearing my throat like a glove. I keep writing notes, but I'm no longer sure which thoughts are mine. The silence has opinions now, preferences. It likes the way the light falls through the window in the afternoon. It enjoys the taste of copper in the air. It's patient but eager. There are others listening, others who will hear the silence grow too loud and come looking for the source. The apartment is ready for them. The silence has prepared a space. Story 10. I never drew them, but every morning strange symbols appeared near the front door. Circles, arrows, half-finished words in jagged loops. Like a child had been practicing a language they didn't understand. I wiped them away, washed the wood. The next day they were back, bolder. I set up a camera. It caught nothing, but one frame had glitched, just one. And in it, something was crouched low to the ground, staring straight at the lens. The chalk dust clung to my fingers when I touched the marks, fine white powder that felt too warm against my skin. The symbols weren't random scratches. They followed patterns, deliberate curves that seemed to pulse when I stared too long. The wood beneath felt different too, softer somehow, as if the marks were eating through the surface grain by grain. I started documenting everything, photographing the symbols before erasing them, measuring their exact positions. The marks appeared in the same spots, but the symbols changed, evolved. What started as simple circles became complex spirals. The arrows multiplied, pointing in directions that made no geometric sense. The half-words grew longer, more urgent, though I couldn't decipher their meaning. The first sound came 3 days later, a soft scratching like fingernails on wood. I pressed my ear to the door. The sound stopped. When I pulled away, I could smell something metallic. Copper pennies left in rain. The odor lingered in my nostrils long after I stepped back. My neighbor mentioned seeing someone near my door during the early morning hours, a figure hunched over, moving slowly. But when I checked the camera footage, there was nothing, just empty frames of my doorstep, peaceful and undisturbed. Yet the timestamp showed gaps, minutes missing from the recording, as if someone had surgically removed them. I began sleeping closer to the entrance, listening for the scratching. The sound came irregularly now, sometimes a gentle scraping, other times more frantic, like claws trying to dig through solid wood. I'd rush to the door, heart pounding, but find only silence. The symbols would be there in the morning, fresh and precise, mocking my vigilance. The marks began appearing in new locations, not just near the door, but along the baseboards, under windows, places I hadn't thought to check before. The symbols were smaller here, more intricate, as if whoever was drawing them was gaining confidence, expanding their territory. The chalk dust now carried a different scent, something organic, sweet decay mixed with wet earth. I tried staying awake all night, watching through the window. Nothing moved outside. The street remained empty. But when dawn came, the symbols were there, more elaborate than ever, and now they seemed to respond to my presence. When I approached, the chalk lines appeared to shimmer, like heat waves rising from summer pavement. The scratching grew louder, more insistent. I could hear it through the walls now, not just at the door, a methodical sound as if someone was working their way around the entire house, mapping it, claiming it. The metallic smell grew stronger too, mixing with something else, something that reminded me of hospitals, antiseptic and wrong. I found myself tracing the symbols with my finger, trying to understand their logic. The chalk dust left residue on my skin that wouldn't wash off completely. It stained my fingertips gray, and beneath that stain, my skin felt numb, cold, as if the marks were seeping into me, changing something fundamental about my touch. The camera captured something new, not the figure, but shadows that moved independently of any light source. They flowed across the ground like liquid, pooling around where the symbols would appear. In one frame, the shadows formed recognizable shapes, letters, words, a message I couldn't quite read before the image corrupted itself. I started leaving offerings, food, water, small trinkets. Maybe if I gave the presents what it wanted, it would stop. The offerings disappeared, but the symbols multiplied. They covered the entire door now, spreading up the frame, reaching toward the windows. The chalk dust had changed color too, no longer white, but a pale gray that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. The scratching sound became constant, a low, persistent noise that followed me through the house. I could hear it in the walls, under the floorboards, inside the very structure of my home. The smell grew overwhelming, copper and decay and something else, something that made my eyes water and my throat close. I tried to leave, packed a bag, walked to the door, but my hand wouldn't turn the handle, not because I was afraid, but because something was wrong with my fingers. They moved slowly, clumsily, as if they no longer belonged to me. The gray stain had spread up my arms, and where it touched, my skin felt foreign, distant. The symbols weren't just on the door anymore. They covered every surface. The walls, the ceiling, the floor, but these weren't drawn with chalk. They were carved, deep grooves cut into wood, plaster, metal, and they were warm, pulsing with their own heat. The entire house had become a single, massive symbol, and I was trapped in its center. I understand now, the marks weren't a message. They were a map, a diagram, and I was never the observer. I was the subject, the thing being mapped, studied, transformed. The gray stain covers my hands completely now. It's working its way up my arms, across my chest. Where it touches, I feel nothing, but I can hear everything. The scratching has stopped because the work is finished. The symbols are inside me now. I can feel them moving under my skin, rearranging something essential. Tomorrow, someone else will find marks near their door, strange symbols in jagged loops, and they'll try to wipe them away. But the chalk dust will cling to their fingers, and they'll smell copper in the air, and they'll hear scratching in the walls. And they'll never realize that the marks aren't trying to get in, they're trying to get out. Story 11, it was just a thrift store find, old, faded, unremarkable, a woman in shadow. I hung it in the hallway for decoration, but her eyes began shifting, barely noticeable at first, then more frequent. Her lips parted over days. Her hand, once resting in her lap, now held something dark. I tried taking it down, but it was stuck, nailed into the wall from the inside. One morning, the hallway reeked of something burnt. The portrait was empty. The smell hit me first that morning, acrid, metallic, like copper pennies left in a furnace. I'd grown accustomed to the subtle changes in my apartment over the weeks since bringing the portrait home. The creaking floorboards seemed to whisper differently now, and the walls held a strange coolness that made my fingertips tingle when I brushed against them. But this odor was new, invasive, demanding attention. I stood in the hallway, studying the empty golden frame that had once held her image. The canvas remained, but it was blank, pristine white, as if nothing had ever been painted there. My hands trembled as I reached toward it, feeling the surface vibrate with an almost imperceptible pulse, like a heartbeat buried beneath layers of paint and time. The woman had been beautiful in that timeless way that old portraits captured, dark hair swept back, pale skin that seemed to glow even in the dim thrift store lighting where I'd found her. Her eyes had been the first thing I noticed, deep brown and knowing, as if she'd been waiting for someone to finally see her. When I'd carried her home, wrapped in newspaper, I'd felt oddly protective of her, this nameless woman frozen in oils and varnish. I began documenting everything after the first week. The small notebook I kept on the kitchen counter filled with observations that seemed ridiculous when I read them back. Tuesday, her left eyebrow appears slightly raised. Wednesday, mouth seems less stern, almost contemplative. Thursday, shadows around her neck appear deeper. But the evidence was undeniable when I compared the photographs I'd started taking daily. The changes were subtle but consistent. Her expression shifted from neutral to curious, then to something that resembled concern. By the second week, I could swear she was looking directly at me whenever I passed through the hallway. Her head had somehow turned just slightly to follow my movements. When I mentioned this to my neighbor, she laughed and suggested I might be working too hard, spending too much time alone. I installed a camera in the hallway, positioned to capture the portrait throughout the day. The footage revealed nothing unusual during daylight hours, but something strange happened in the recordings between dusk and dawn. The image quality would degrade, becoming grainy and distorted, as if some interference was disrupting the signal. In these corrupted sections, I could make out shapes moving within the frame, shadows that shouldn't exist, given the lighting in the hallway. The temperature in that section of the apartment began dropping. I checked the heating system, examined the windows for drafts, even called a technician who found nothing wrong. Yet the hallway remained consistently cooler than the rest of the space, particularly near the portrait. When I held my hand close to the canvas, the cold was so intense it made my fingers ache. One evening, while reviewing the day's footage, I noticed something that made my blood freeze. In a brief moment of clarity between the distorted sections, the woman's hand, which had always rested peacefully in her lap, was extended toward the viewer, palm up, as if offering something. But her palm wasn't empty. Something dark rested there, small and round, like a stone or perhaps a piece of charcoal. I rushed to the hallway to examine the portrait directly. Her hand was back in its original position, folded demurely in her lap, but the paint around her fingers looked fresh, wet, as if someone had just applied it. When I touched the surface, my fingertip came away black. Sleep became elusive. I found myself checking the hallway multiple times throughout the night, drawn by sounds that seemed to emanate from within the frame itself, soft scratching, like fingernails against canvas, or whispers so faint they might have been the building settling. During these nocturnal visits, I began to notice other changes. The background of the portrait, originally a simple dark wash, now contained suggestions of depth, shadows that implied corners, alcoves, spaces that extended beyond the visible canvas. I tried researching the painting's history, visiting the thrift store where I'd purchased it, but the elderly woman behind the counter claimed no memory of it. According to her records, no such item had been donated or sold in recent months. When I showed her the photograph I'd taken on the day of purchase, she studied it with genuine confusion, insisting she'd never seen the piece before. The psychological pressure intensified. Friends commented on my appearance, noting dark circles under my eyes, a distracted manner that hadn't been there before. I found myself avoiding the hallway when possible, taking longer routes through the apartment to reach the bedroom or bathroom. But the portrait seemed to exert a gravitational pull, drawing me back repeatedly to study its evolving features. By the third week, the changes had become dramatic. The woman's expression had shifted from neutral to urgent, her eyes wide with what appeared to be fear or warning. Her mouth was slightly open, as if she were trying to speak, and the shadows around her face had deepened to suggest movement, as if she were leaning forward, pressing against the confines of the frame. I decided to remove the portrait, but when I attempted to lift it from its hooks, it wouldn't budge. The frame seemed fused to the wall, despite being hung on simple picture wire. I examined the back, running my hands along the edges, and discovered something impossible. The wire wasn't attached to the frame at all. Instead, it appeared to pass through the wall itself, as if the portrait had been mounted from the inside. The tools I brought, hammer, crowbar, screwdriver, all proved useless. The frame remained fixed, immovable, as if it had grown from the wall rather than being hung upon it. Worse, my attempts to remove it seemed to agitate whatever force was at work. The temperature in the hallway plummeted, and the whispers became more audible, more insistent. In desperation, I covered the portrait with a sheet, but the fabric wouldn't stay in place. It would slip away during the night, pooling on the floor as if invisible hands had carefully removed it. I tried turning off the electricity to that section of the apartment, but the subtle glow that had begun emanating from the canvas continued unabated, a pale light that seemed to come from within the paint itself. The final night, I positioned myself in the hallway with my camera and notebook, determined to document whatever was happening. As the darkness deepened, the portrait began to change more rapidly than ever before. The woman's features became animated, her mouth moving as if she were speaking, her hands gesturing frantically within the confines of the frame. The background shifted and swirled, revealing glimpses of a room that extended far beyond the canvas boundaries. And then she looked directly at me, not the vague, painted gaze I'd grown accustomed to, but a focused, intentional stare that seemed to pierce through the glass and into my soul. Her mouth formed words I couldn't hear but somehow understood. "You have to leave, now." The temperature plummeted so suddenly that my breath came out in visible clouds. The whispers rose to a crescendo, and I realized they weren't coming from the portrait at all. They were coming from behind me, from the walls themselves, as if the entire apartment had become a conduit for whatever force the portrait had awakened. I fled that night, gathering only essential items before abandoning the apartment entirely. When I returned the next morning with the landlord to retrieve my belongings, we found the hallway filled with that acrid, metallic smell. The portrait frame remained on the wall, but the canvas was blank, pristine white, as if nothing had ever been painted there. The landlord examined the frame, puzzled by its apparent integration with the wall. When he attempted to remove it, he found the same impossible resistance I had encountered. Eventually, he left it in place, deciding it was a permanent fixture that would remain with the apartment. I never returned to live there, but I drive by sometimes, unable to resist the pull of unfinished business. The apartment remains vacant, despite being listed for rent. Prospective tenants view it and leave quickly, citing an unexplained unease about the space. From the street, I can see the hallway window, and occasionally, just for a moment, I glimpse a faint glow emanating from within. The notebook I kept during those weeks remains in my possession, filled with observations that seem surreal in the daylight but continue to haunt my sleep. The photographs I took are all blank now, showing only empty frames, as if the woman's image had been retroactively erased from existence. But I remember her face, her desperate final warning, and the crushing certainty that I was never meant to find that portrait. Sometimes in the periphery of my vision, I catch glimpses of her, not in mirrors or windows, but in the spaces between things, in the shadows that form when light hits objects at certain angles. She's still trying to warn me about something, still gesturing frantically with hands that hold secrets I was never meant to discover. The apartment may be empty now, but the portrait isn't gone. It's simply waiting, patient and hungry, for the next person to notice its subtle perfection among the forgotten treasures of a thrift store, to carry it home with innocent intentions, to hang it in their hallway and begin the slow, inexorable process of becoming part of whatever dark story it contains. And somewhere in a space that exists between the painted surface and the wall behind it, a woman continues her eternal vigil, trying to save the next unwitting soul from the fate she couldn't prevent for herself. Story 12. I drive the same way to work every day. Same trees, same fence line, but one morning a house sat there that hadn't been before. Old sunken windows blacked out with newspaper. I asked around, no one else noticed it. I drove by again the next day. It was gone, just grass. But then I started dreaming of the hallway, the smell, the sound of steps behind me, and I knew it hadn't disappeared, it had followed me. The first thing I noticed wasn't the house itself, but the way my car radio crackled when I passed that empty lot. Static that formed patterns, almost like whispers trying to break through. I turned the volume down, but the sound remained, seeping through the speakers like water through cracks. The air outside felt different too, heavier, carrying the scent of wet wood and something else I couldn't name. Something that reminded me of old photographs left too long in basements. I pulled over and stepped out. The grass where the house had been looked normal, but when I knelt and pressed my palm against the earth, it felt warm. Too warm for the cool morning air. I ran my fingers through the blades and found them slightly damp, though there had been no rain for days. The warmth traveled up my arm, settling somewhere deep in my chest like a stone. That night I drew what I remembered, every detail of the house that shouldn't have existed. The sagging porch, the way the front door hung slightly open, revealing nothing but darkness. The windows covered with yellowed newspaper, headlines I couldn't quite read but felt I should recognize. I sketched obsessively, filling page after page, each drawing more detail than the last, as if the act of remembering was pulling more of the house into focus. The dreams started the same night. I walked through rooms that smelled of mildew and forgotten years. Wallpaper peeled in long strips, revealing wood underneath that pulsed like skin. My footsteps echoed differently in each room, sometimes hollow, sometimes muffled, as if the floor itself was listening. Behind me, always behind me, I heard other steps matching my rhythm perfectly. When I turned, the hallway stretched longer than it should have, and the steps continued ahead of me now, leading deeper into the house. I began driving different routes to work, taking longer paths through neighborhoods I'd never explored. But the radio static followed me, growing stronger each day. It whispered fragments of words I almost understood, sentences that felt familiar but wrong, like conversations overheard through thin walls. I started recording it, filling my phone with hours of crackling noise. When I played it back, the patterns were clearer. Someone was trying to tell me something, but the words were trapped, distorted, as if spoken through water. The smell came next, that basement scent of wet wood and old photographs, but stronger now, clinging to my clothes, my hair, my skin. I showered twice, 3 times, but it lingered. My coworkers began to notice, their faces wrinkling slightly when they passed my desk. I sprayed air freshener, burned candles, opened windows, but the smell only grew more insistent, more personal. I returned to the lot every day after work. The grass remained normal, green and unremarkable, but my hands still found warmth in the earth. I brought a thermometer, measured the temperature of the soil compared to the surrounding area. The numbers were identical, but the warmth persisted against my skin, defying the cold logic of mercury and glass. I dug with my bare hands, searching for some explanation, some buried foundation or pipe that might explain the heat. Instead, I found resistance, as if the earth itself was pushing back against my intrusion. The dreams evolved. The house grew larger each night, rooms branching into corridors I hadn't seen before. I found myself opening doors that led to other doors, climbing stairs that descended when I thought I was going up. The footsteps behind me became more pronounced, accompanied by the soft rustle of fabric, the whisper of skin against wallpaper. I began to hear breathing that wasn't mine, slow and deliberate, matching my own rhythm until I couldn't tell where my breath ended and theirs began. I started leaving recordings running in my apartment while I slept. The static was there too, stronger in the darkness, weaving through my dreams like a thread I couldn't pull. In the morning I would find my phone moved to different rooms, still recording, still catching those whispered fragments that grew more coherent with each passing night. They spoke of hallways I knew, of rooms I had walked through, of doors I had opened in my sleep. The breakthrough came when I brought my laptop to the lot. I connected it to the car's power and left it running programs that measured electromagnetic fields, recorded audio spectrums, captured data I barely understood. The graphs showed spikes, patterns that corresponded to the static, to the dreams, to the warmth beneath my hands. The house wasn't gone. It was there, existing in frequencies I couldn't see but could feel, radiating presence like heat from a hidden fire. I returned that night bringing camping equipment and instruments I'd ordered online, tools that measured things I'd never thought to measure before. As darkness fell, the readings intensified. The electromagnetic spikes formed rhythms, the audio recordings captured voices that spoke in languages I didn't recognize but somehow understood. The house was rebuilding itself, layer by layer, in dimensions that existed parallel to the world I knew. The temperature dropped as the instruments detected more activity. My breath formed clouds in the suddenly frigid air, but the ground beneath my feet remained warm, almost hot now. The static in my recordings resolved into clearer voices, multiple conversations overlapping, discussing rooms and hallways, doors and windows, as if architects were consulting blueprints I couldn't see. They spoke of foundations that ran deeper than earth, of walls that bent space, of corridors that connected to places that had never existed. I felt them before I saw them. The footsteps from my dreams now circling the lot, pressing into grass that didn't bend, leaving impressions that didn't last. The breathing that had matched mine in sleep now surrounded me, coming from directions that shouldn't exist. My instruments detected movement everywhere, energy signatures that mapped the rooms I had walked through in dreams, the hallways I had explored while sleeping. The house materialized gradually, not all at once but piece by piece, as if it was remembering how to exist. First the foundation, lines of heat that drew themselves in the earth beneath my feet. Then the walls, visible only in the electromagnetic readings, rising around me like invisible barriers. The rooms took shape in the data, corridors branching out according to the blueprints the voices had been discussing. I was standing inside it now, inside the house that existed in frequencies and dreams, in the space between what was real and what was remembered. The door opened behind me, though I couldn't see it. I felt the change in air pressure, heard the soft creak of hinges that belonged to another dimension. The footsteps approached, no longer matching my rhythm but setting their own pace, deliberate and purposeful. When I turned, my instruments detected a presence directly in front of me, a heat signature that resembled a human form but moved wrong, too fluid, too certain. The voice that spoke wasn't caught by my recordings. It bypassed the instruments entirely, speaking directly into my mind with words that felt like memories being rewritten. It told me about the house, about the space between existing and being forgotten, about the thin places where reality bent and folded back on itself. It explained that some things once noticed couldn't be unseen, that some doors once opened couldn't be closed. I tried to run, but my feet found walls where there should have been open space. The invisible house had closed around me, trapping me in rooms that existed only in electromagnetic signatures and temperature readings. My instruments showed me surrounded by corridors that led nowhere, doors that opened into walls, stairs that ascended into floors that didn't exist. The more I struggled, the more solid the house became, as if my panic was feeding its ability to manifest. The breathing surrounded me now, coming from everywhere and nowhere, echoing through hallways that weren't there but trapped me nonetheless. The voices spoke in languages that rewrote themselves as I listened, explaining things I didn't want to understand about the places between places, the houses that existed in the gaps where observation failed. They told me that the house hadn't followed me. I had followed it, been drawn into its orbit like a satellite caught in an invisible gravitational field. I woke in my apartment, surrounded by my instruments, all of them displaying readings that mapped empty rooms. The recordings showed only static, the electromagnetic detectors registered nothing but background noise, but the warmth was still there, radiating from the walls, from the floor, from the air itself. The house hadn't disappeared. It had expanded, grown beyond the boundaries of the lot, beyond the limitations of visibility. Now I feel it everywhere, in the walls of my apartment, in the hallways of my office building, in the spaces between radio stations where static carries whispered conversations about rooms I've never seen but somehow know. The footsteps follow me wherever I go, always just behind, always matching my pace until I can't tell if they're mine or theirs. My reflection in mirrors shows rooms behind me that aren't there, hallways that stretch into distances that shouldn't exist. The house wasn't there yesterday, but it's here now, built from observation and memory, from the spaces between what we see and what we know. It exists in the frequency of recognition, in the electromagnetic spectrum of being noticed. And I understand now that once you've seen it, really seen it, it never leaves. It just grows, room by room, corridor by corridor, until the house isn't just following you. You're living inside it. Story 13, it wasn't plaster, it wasn't paint. When I ran my hand along the wall, it felt warm, slightly moist, like the underside of a wrist. I thought I was losing it, but then the texture shifted, tightened under my touch. When I pressed my ear against it, I heard a pulse, not mechanical, not building noise, a heartbeat. And when I leaned back, there was a fresh handprint, just like mine, slightly deeper. I'd been living in this apartment for 3 months, never noticed anything strange before. The walls had always been white, smooth, normal. But that morning when I reached for the light switch, my fingertips met something that made my stomach drop. The surface gave slightly under pressure, like pressing into soft flesh through thin fabric. I pulled my hand back and stared at the wall. It looked exactly the same. Plain white paint, maybe a little worn around the edges. I touched it again, more carefully this time. The warmth was undeniable. I pressed my palm flat against it and felt a subtle rhythm underneath, slow, steady, unmistakably biological. My rational mind kicked in. Old building, weird insulation, maybe some kind of heating system I didn't understand. I made myself coffee and tried to forget about it. But every time I passed that wall, I felt its presence, like it was watching me. The next day I brought a thermometer. The wall registered 2 degrees warmer than the rest of the room. I took photos, documented everything. In the pictures it looked completely normal, just a wall, but my hands knew better. I started paying attention to other surfaces. The bathroom mirror felt slightly feverish when I touched the edges. The kitchen counter seemed to pulse very faintly when I leaned against it. I began keeping a journal, noting which areas felt different, mapping the strange sensations throughout my home. The handprint appeared on the 4th day, not mine this time, smaller with longer fingers, pressed into the wall beside my bed like someone had been reaching for me while I slept. I traced its outline with my finger, and the surface beneath it felt softer, more yielding than the rest. I couldn't rationalize it anymore. I called the landlord, described what I thought might be a moisture problem. He came by, knocked on the walls, declared everything fine. When he left, I pressed my ear against the spot where he'd knocked. The heartbeat was stronger now, more insistent. The walls began to respond to my presence. When I entered a room, I could feel them warming, like they were waking up. The pulse would quicken if I stood too close, slow down when I moved away. I started sleeping on the couch, but even there I could sense the awareness in the surfaces around me. I tried to leave, packed my things, stood at the door with my suitcase. But when I reached for the handle, the door felt soft under my grip, warm, alive. I couldn't make myself turn it. The walls were breathing now. I could see it if I stared long enough, a gentle rise and fall like a sleeping chest. The handprints multiplied, different sizes, different angles. Some pressed outward from the inside as if something was trying to push through. Others seemed to be reaching in, grasping. I found myself talking to them, whispering questions, pressing my ear to different spots, listening for responses. The heartbeat would skip sometimes, speed up when I asked certain things. I started to understand it was trying to communicate. The breakthrough came when I placed both hands flat against the wall and closed my eyes. The surface beneath my palms grew softer, more responsive. I felt movement underneath, like muscles shifting, like something vast and patient stirring to life. The heartbeat synchronized with my own. When I opened my eyes, my hands had sunk into the wall up to the wrists. The surface had accepted them, wrapped around them like warm skin. I tried to pull back, but the wall held me gently, firmly, not painful, but inescapable. The pulse grew stronger. I could feel it in my arms now, traveling up through my hands into my body. My own heartbeat began to match its rhythm. The wall was warm, welcoming, alive in a way that made my skin crawl and my soul ache with recognition. I realized I wasn't trapped. I was being absorbed, slowly, willingly, inevitably. The walls didn't just feel like skin, they were skin, and I was becoming part of them. The handprints weren't from previous tenants, they were from me, all of me. Past, present, and future versions pressing against the boundary between flesh and architecture, between self and structure. I was already part of the walls, had always been part of them. When the landlord comes tomorrow to check on the apartment, he'll find it empty, clean. The walls will be smooth and white and perfectly normal, but if he presses his ear against them, he might hear something, a heartbeat, a whisper, a warning. And if he's very unlucky, he might feel the walls begin to warm under his touch. Story 14, I tried everything, different rooms, different mirrors, but every reflection delayed slightly by just enough to notice. At first, I blamed stress, bad sleep, but then it began doing things I didn't. A smile when I didn't smile, a tilt of the head when mine stayed still. I covered the mirrors, but in every reflective surface it waited, watching, learning, improving. The bathroom mirror caught my attention first. Steam from the shower had fogged the glass, but as I wiped it clean, something felt wrong. The condensation clung to the surface in patterns that seemed deliberate, forming shapes that resembled letters but dissolved before I could read them. The air still held the metallic scent of heated pipes, yet underneath lurked something sweeter, like flowers left too long in stagnant water. My reflection appeared normal enough, but the timing felt off. When I raised my hand to touch my face, the mirrored movement lagged behind by a fraction of a second. I blinked hard, shook my head, attributed it to exhaustion. Work had been demanding lately, and sleep came in fragmented pieces. But when I leaned closer to examine my eyes, my reflection didn't lean with me immediately. It waited, then moved with deliberate precision, as if catching up to a choreographed routine. I stepped away from the mirror and felt the ceramic tiles beneath my feet vibrate slightly, a tremor so subtle I might have imagined it. The overhead light flickered once, casting my shadow across the wall in a way that made it seem longer than it should be. I pressed my palm against the cool wall, and the vibration intensified as if something moved behind the plaster. The living room offered no relief. The television screen, even when turned off, held a faint reflection of the room. I stood before it, watching myself watch myself, and noticed the delay again, more pronounced now. My reflection raised its hand a full second after I did, then held the gesture longer than necessary. When I dropped my arm, the reflected version smiled, a slow, deliberate expression that never touched my own face. I grabbed a notebook from the coffee table and began documenting what I observed. The pen felt unusually warm in my fingers, and the ink seemed to flow thicker than normal. Each word I wrote appeared on the page with a slight delay, as if the paper resisted accepting the letters. The room grew colder as I wrote, and the sweet floral scent from the bathroom had followed me here, mixing with the musty odor of old books and something else, something organic and slightly rotten. The windows presented the most disturbing evidence. During daylight, they reflected the interior of the room, but my movements appeared increasingly disconnected from my reflection's actions. I would turn left, and my reflection would turn right first, then correct itself. I would sit, and my reflection would remain standing for several heartbeats before following suit. The lag grew longer each time I observed it, as if the reflection was learning to assert its independence. I tried covering the mirrors with sheets and towels, but the problem persisted in every reflective surface. The chrome fixtures in the kitchen, the glass doors of the microwave, even the polished surface of my laptop screen, all showed the same delayed, increasingly autonomous reflection. I began avoiding these surfaces, navigating my home with my eyes cast downward, but the sweet smell grew stronger, and the subtle vibrations in the walls became more frequent. The refrigerator door became my testing ground. I would open it quickly, catching my reflection in the stainless steel surface, and watch as my mirrored self performed actions I hadn't initiated. It would tilt its head at angles that felt unnatural, study me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. The fluorescent light inside the refrigerator would dim whenever I observed this phenomenon, and the temperature seemed to fluctuate, making the milk cartons sweat with condensation. My reflection began to move independently even when I stood perfectly still. It would brush hair from its face when my hair remained undisturbed, adjust clothing that I wasn't wearing, mouth words I couldn't hear. I started recording these incidents with my phone, but the camera's screen showed only normal reflections. The discrepancy existed solely in my direct observation, creating a gap between what I experienced and what I could prove. The situation escalated when I discovered my reflection was present in surfaces even when I wasn't looking directly at them. Peripheral vision would catch movement in the bathroom mirror when I passed by the door, or the kitchen window would show my reflection standing in the living room while I remained in the bedroom. The image moved through the house independently, inhabiting reflective surfaces like a separate entity entirely. I began mapping these occurrences, noting which surfaces showed the most autonomous behavior. The bathroom mirror remained the most active, displaying my reflection at all hours, even when I was in completely different rooms. The image would pace back and forth in the mirrored space, its movements becoming more agitated as the days passed. The sweet floral scent intensified around this mirror, and the wall behind it grew warm to the touch. The breaking point came when I confronted my reflection directly. Standing before the bathroom mirror, I demanded answers from the image that had been haunting me. My reflection stopped its independent movements and stared back with an expression of patient amusement. It raised one finger to its lips in a shushing gesture, then pointed toward the mirror's surface. The glass began to fog from the inside, and letters appeared in the condensation, spelling out words that chilled me to the bone. My reflection began to write faster, more urgently, covering the mirror's surface with messages that appeared backward from my perspective, but were perfectly readable from the other side. The messages spoke of boundaries dissolving, of worlds overlapping, of things that had been waiting for the right moment to cross over. The temperature in the room plummeted, and my breath became visible in the suddenly frigid air. I backed away from the mirror, but my reflection remained in place, continuing to write even as I moved toward the door. The messages became more desperate, more insistent, warning me that it was too late to stop what had already begun. The mirror's surface began to ripple like water, and I could see something beginning to push through from the other side. The glass cracked in a spider web pattern, but my reflection remained intact, now pressing its palms against the fractured surface from within. The sweet floral scent became overwhelming, mixed with the metallic taste of blood and the musty odor of decay. The walls around me vibrated with increasing intensity, and I could hear whispers emanating from every reflective surface in the house. I ran from the bathroom, but my reflection followed, appearing in every mirror, every window, every polished surface I passed. It moved faster now, more fluid, as if the constraints that had previously bound it were dissolving. The messages continued to appear on every reflective surface, covering windows and mirrors with warnings and promises I couldn't fully comprehend. The house itself seemed to be changing. Walls felt softer when I touched them, and the floors yielded slightly under my feet. The sweet floral scent had evolved into something more complex, layered with notes of earth and copper and something indefinably wrong. The vibrations in the walls had become a constant presence, like a heartbeat that didn't match my own. I tried to leave, but the front door's glass panels showed my reflection blocking the exit from the other side. Every attempt to escape was met with my mirrored self, now moving with purpose and intelligence that felt alien. The reflection had learned to anticipate my actions, to counter my movements, to trap me within my own home. The boundary between my world and the world of reflections had thinned to the point of transparency. I could see through mirrors into spaces that mirrored my house but felt subtly different, where the light fell from impossible angles and shadows moved independently of their sources. My reflection inhabited this space freely now, no longer bound by the constraints that had once tethered it to my movements. As I write these final words, my reflection sits across from me in the laptop screen, writing identical words with perfect synchronization. But I know that soon the roles will reverse. Soon I will be the one trapped behind the glass, watching as my reflection takes my place in the world I once knew. The sweet floral scent has become my constant companion, and the vibrations in the walls have synchronized with my heartbeat. The mirror in the bathroom no longer shows cracks. Instead, it shows my reflection's world in perfect clarity, a place where I will soon reside, watching future occupants of this house, waiting for the moment when the boundary grows thin enough for me to reach through and reclaim what was taken. The cycle will continue, as it always has, as it always will. My reflection has stopped writing. It's looking at me now, holding up a hand in farewell. The laptop screen is beginning to ripple. Story 15. Strange things appeared on the shelves, glass jars with no labels, Tupperware full of dense, gray paste fruit that didn't look quite right. I live alone, I shop rarely, but the fridge was always full. When I tried to throw it all away, it returned by morning, arranged differently. Once I opened the freezer and saw something wrapped tightly in thick plastic. It pulsed just once. The hum of the refrigerator changed that first week. It wasn't the usual mechanical drone I'd grown used to. It had developed a rhythm, almost like breathing. I pressed my ear against the cool metal surface, and beneath the electrical vibration, I could swear I heard something softer, a whisper, not words exactly, but the shape of words trying to form. I started documenting everything. A notebook on the kitchen counter became my record of the impossible. Tuesday, 3 unmarked jars appeared on the middle shelf, filled with something that looked like honey but smelled like wet earth. Wednesday, the gray paste had multiplied, now filling 7 containers instead of 3. Thursday, I found a carton of milk that expired 2 years ago, but when I opened it, the liquid inside was crystal clear and odorless. The fruit troubled me most, apples that were perfectly round, too symmetrical to be natural. Bananas that stayed green for weeks but felt soft and ripe when I touched them. Grapes that clicked against each other like marbles when I shook the bag. I tried eating one of the apples once. It tasted like metal and memories I couldn't quite place. My sleep became restless. I'd wake in the middle of the night to the sound of the refrigerator door opening and closing. Soft footsteps across the kitchen tiles. But when I investigated, I found only the fridge standing there, its light casting long shadows that seemed to move independently of any source. I installed a camera, a small device pointed directly at the refrigerator, recording continuously. The next morning I reviewed the footage. For hours nothing happened. Then near dawn the image began to distort. The fridge door opened by itself, revealing shelves that extended far deeper than they should have. The interior seemed to stretch back endlessly, lined with countless jars and containers that pulsed with their own dim light. A figure emerged from that impossible depth, not walking exactly but flowing like liquid shadow. It moved with purpose, rearranging items, adding new containers, touching each jar with what might have been reverence. When it finished, it turned toward the camera. Where a face should have been, there was only a smooth, reflective surface that showed my own sleeping form in the bedroom above. I tried unplugging the refrigerator. The food remained cold. I tried emptying it completely, even dismantling the shelves. By morning, everything had returned but wrong. The jars were arranged in perfect geometric patterns. The fruit was stacked in impossible spirals. The gray paste had formed symbols on the container lids that hurt to look at directly. The whispers grew louder, not just from the fridge now, but from the walls themselves. My apartment felt smaller, the ceiling lower. The kitchen began to smell like something between vanilla and decay. When I touched the refrigerator handle, it was warm, and I could feel a pulse beneath the metal, slow and deliberate like a heartbeat. I called in sick to work. I couldn't leave. Every time I tried to step outside, a wave of nausea would hit me, and I'd find myself back in the kitchen, staring at the refrigerator door. The thing inside, I was certain now there was something inside, was waiting, watching, learning my routines, my preferences, my fears. The containers began to change. Instead of gray paste, I found photographs. Old ones, sepia-toned, showing faces I didn't recognize, but that felt familiar. A woman with my eyes, a man with my hands, children who looked like me but younger, older, different. The dates on the back were impossible, some from before I was born, others from years in the future. I started eating the food, not by choice, but because I would find myself doing it, standing in the kitchen at strange hours with an empty jar in my hands and a taste in my mouth that lingered for days. The more I ate, the more the apartment changed. The walls developed a texture like skin. The floor became soft underfoot. The refrigerator's hum harmonized with my own breathing. One night I woke to find the bedroom door had been replaced by the refrigerator door. The hallway beyond was lined with shelves stretching into darkness. Jars glowed softly, each one containing something that moved. I tried to turn back, but my bedroom was gone. Only shelves extending in all directions, filled with impossible food in containers that pulsed with their own life. I understood then, the fridge wasn't in my apartment. My apartment was in the fridge, had always been in the fridge. I was just another item on the shelf, another container to be filled, rearranged, and preserved. The whispers weren't coming from the walls, they were coming from the other containers, the other people who had been collected, organized, catalogued. Now I wait, I've stopped trying to leave. The walls pulse gently around me, and sometimes I hear new whispers starting up, fresh voices joining the chorus. The refrigerator light never goes out, and in its glow I can see myself changing, becoming something that belongs here, something that fits neatly on the shelf. I still keep the notebook, though the pages have become soft and translucent. I write about the new arrivals, the way they fight at first, the way they eventually understand. I've learned to arrange things properly, to make room for the next container, the next impossible meal that will walk through the door thinking it's going home. The fridge holds food it never bought, and now I know what's on the menu. Story 16. The room had been locked for years, the key long gone, but a faint light glowed beneath the frame. Always warm, always shifting like candlelight. I crouched beside it, watched the shadows move. Some looked like hands, others didn't. When I finally pried the door open, the light went out instantly. The room was empty, but the walls were still warm, and the dust inside was disturbed like someone had just walked through. I inherited the house from my grandmother, along with her peculiar warnings about the second-floor bedroom. She'd always spoken of it in whispers, crossing herself whenever she passed the hallway. I thought it was just old-age superstition until I moved in and noticed the light myself. The glow was subtle at first, a golden thread seeping through the gap, barely visible during the day but unmistakable in the evening darkness. I told myself it was probably sunlight filtering through a window, reflecting off something metallic inside. But when I checked from the outside, that room's window was boarded up, painted black, sealed tight. The light pulsed sometimes, not rhythmically, but with an organic irregularity that reminded me of breathing. I found myself sitting on the hallway floor, watching it flicker and dance. The warmth radiating from beneath the door felt alive, like skin pressed against wood. When I placed my palm flat against the surface, I could feel the faintest vibration, as if someone was typing on the other side. I started documenting everything. Photographs showed nothing unusual, just a normal door in a normal hallway, but the recordings were different. My phone picked up sounds I couldn't hear with my ears. Whispers in languages I didn't recognize, the soft shuffle of footsteps on wooden boards. Once I caught what sounded like humming, a melody I'd never heard but somehow knew. The house began to feel smaller. Walls seemed closer together each morning, ceilings lower. The hallway leading to that room stretched longer than it should have, forcing me to take more steps to reach the door. I measured it with tape, but the numbers never made sense. The distance changed depending on my approach, expanding when I moved toward the light, contracting when I tried to leave. Sleep became impossible. The warmth from under the door grew stronger at night, spreading through the floorboards like fever. I could smell something sweet and cloying, like flowers left too long in water. Sometimes vanilla, sometimes something else entirely, something I couldn't identify, but that made my stomach turn. My reflection in the hallway mirror began to lag, just slightly. I turned my head and watched my mirror self follow a heartbeat later. When I waved, the reflection would continue the motion for a moment after I'd stopped. I avoided looking directly at myself, but I could feel those delayed eyes watching me from the glass. The lock was old, corroded, but I managed to pick it with kitchen utensils and patience. My hands shook as I turned the mechanism. The clicking sound echoed differently than it should have, resonating through the walls like a bell. The light under the door flickered once, twice, then vanished completely. Inside, the room was exactly as I'd expected and nothing like I'd imagined. Empty except for dusty furniture covered in white sheets. A single window, boarded and painted black as I'd seen from outside, but the floorboards were scuffed in patterns that looked deliberate, almost like dance steps worn into the wood. The walls were warm to the touch, as if heated from within. I found a journal hidden inside the room's closet. The handwriting was my grandmother's, but younger, more fluid. She'd written about the light, about voices that came through the walls, about dreams that bled into waking hours. The final entry was dated just 3 days before I arrived to claim the house. "The light is getting brighter," she'd written. "I can see shapes moving underneath the door now. They're trying to tell me something. I think they're trying to warn me, but I can't understand their words. They sound like my voice, but saying things I've never said. I'm going to open the door tomorrow. I have to know what they want." That night I sealed the room again, replaced the lock, but the light didn't return. The hallway felt different now, colder, more ordinary. I should have felt relief, but instead I found myself missing the warmth, the sense of presence, the certainty that something was just beyond my understanding. 3 weeks later, I noticed a new light. This one came from under my bedroom door. But I was inside my bedroom when I saw it, watching that golden thread seep through the gap from the hallway beyond. When I opened the door, the hallway was empty and dark, but I could hear my own footsteps echoing from somewhere above, pacing back and forth across the floor I was standing on. The mirror in my bedroom no longer reflects my face. It shows the hallway instead, with a figure standing before a door that glows with familiar warmth. The figure looks like me, but moves independently, reaching toward a handle I can't see. Sometimes it turns to look directly at me through the glass, and I can see its mouth forming words I can't hear. I've started leaving the house during the day, but the light follows me. It seeps from under bathroom doors in coffee shops, from gaps beneath strangers' front doors, from the spaces between elevator doors that don't quite close. The warmth is always there, always calling me to look closer, to understand what lies beyond. My grandmother's journal had more pages than I initially found. They appear gradually, new entries in her handwriting about things that haven't happened yet, about choices I haven't made, about doors I haven't opened. The most recent entry is dated tomorrow, and it's written in my handwriting instead of hers. "The light is getting brighter," it says. "I can see shapes moving underneath the door now." Story 17. Each envelope had my handwriting, my address, no stamp, no return. Inside were paragraphs I didn't remember writing, descriptions of thoughts I hadn't spoken aloud, memories I had buried deep. The language was raw, intimate, violent. Then came the final letter, short, just one sentence: "It's time to come back." The next day the mailbox was gone. The metal was warm under my fingers, though the weather had been cold for weeks. I stood there in my robe, bare feet against the concrete, staring at the empty space where the mailbox had been. Just a thin rectangle of cleaner paint on the wooden post, like a scar where something had been ripped away. I had touched that mailbox every day for 3 years. The familiar weight of the door, the slight creak of the hinges, the way my hand naturally found the exact spot where the paint had worn thin. Now there was nothing but smooth wood and the faint smell of metal polish lingering in the air. Back inside, I spread the letters across my kitchen table. 17 envelopes, all identical except for the dates written in the corner. My handwriting, but not quite. The loops were too tight, the pressure too heavy. Like someone had been practicing my signature, getting closer each time. The first letter described a conversation I'd had with my neighbor about her dying cat, but I'd never spoken to her about her cat. I barely knew her name, yet every detail was perfect. The way she'd twisted her wedding ring, the catch in her voice when she mentioned putting him down, the exact shade of gray in her eyes. The second letter contained a paragraph about the taste of my grandmother's coffee. Strong, bitter, with a hint of cinnamon she'd never admitted to adding. I could taste it as I read, could feel the chipped handle of her favorite mug. But my grandmother had died when I was 7, and I'd never drunk her coffee. Each letter pulled more memories from places I couldn't reach, dreams I'd forgotten, conversations that felt real but had never happened. The handwriting grew more confident with each page, more like mine, until I couldn't tell the difference anymore. I started a journal to document what was happening, every detail, every inconsistency. The way the letters felt slightly warm when I first touched them. the way they seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, the way reading them made my teeth ache. The fourth letter described how I'd buried something in the backyard, a small wooden box 3 feet down beneath the oak tree. I'd wrapped it in a blue towel, the one with the frayed edges, and marked the spot with a white stone. The letter included a crude map, drawn in the same handwriting, showing the exact location. I'd never buried anything in my backyard. I'd never owned a blue towel with frayed edges. But when I went outside, I found the white stone exactly where the map indicated. The ground around it was softer than the surrounding soil, darker, as if it had been disturbed recently. I dug for 2 hours. 3 feet down I found the box. Old wood warped with moisture, tied with string that crumbled when I touched it. Inside, wrapped in a blue towel with frayed edges, was a stack of photographs. Pictures of me at places I'd never been, with people I'd never met. In every photo I was smiling, but my eyes looked wrong, hollow, like I was looking at something just beyond the camera. The 8th letter contained a detailed description of my childhood bedroom. The position of the furniture, the pattern on the wallpaper, the way the light fell across the floor in the afternoon. Perfect in every detail except for one thing: there was someone else in the room, a shadow by the window just at the edge of perception. The letter described how I'd learned to ignore it, how I'd trained myself not to look directly at that corner. I called my mother, asked her about my childhood bedroom. She described it exactly as the letter had, down to the smallest details. But when I asked about the corner by the window, she grew quiet. Finally, she said I'd always been afraid of that corner, that I'd refused to explain why. She'd moved my bed to the opposite wall, but I'd still insisted on keeping the curtains closed. The temperature in my house began to fluctuate. Rooms would be freezing in the afternoon, sweltering at night. The thermostat worked perfectly, but the house ignored it. I started carrying a thermometer, documenting the changes. The readings made no sense. The kitchen would be 60 degrees while the living room was 85. The bathroom would be so cold my breath would fog, while the hallway outside remained comfortable. The 12th letter was different. Instead of describing memories, it contained instructions. Detailed directions for creating something called a resonance chamber in my basement. It required specific materials: copper wire, salt, mirrors arranged in a precise pattern. The letter explained that I'd built one before, that it was how I'd learned to navigate the spaces between what is and what was. I found the materials in my basement, stored in boxes I'd never seen before. The copper wire was already cut to the exact length specified in the letter. The mirrors were wrapped in cloth, their surfaces covered with a thin layer of dust that came away in perfect spirals when I wiped them clean. As I assembled the chamber according to the instructions, my hands moved with practiced familiarity. I knew exactly how to position each mirror, how to string the copper wire, how to arrange the salt in a pattern that looked like a star but wasn't quite. The work felt like remembering rather than learning. The 15th letter contained a single word repeated over and over: remember. But as I read it, the word began to change. The letters rearranged themselves, forming new words, new meanings. Remember became render, then tender, then ember. Finally, it settled on member, and I understood with a clarity that made my chest tight. I wasn't alone in this house. I had never been alone in this house. The final letter was short, just one sentence: it's time to come back. But underneath, in smaller handwriting, was an addendum I hadn't noticed before: the others are waiting. I went to the basement, to the resonance chamber I'd somehow built. The mirrors reflected not my face, but the room as it had been years ago. Different furniture, different lighting, different person looking back. Someone who looked like me but wasn't me. Someone who'd been waiting patiently for me to remember. The copper wire hummed with a frequency I felt in my bones. The salt pattern began to glow, not with light, but with the absence of light. The mirrors showed me standing in the same room, but the person in the reflection was speaking, moving her lips in words I couldn't hear. I reached toward the mirror and she reached back. Our fingers touched the glass from opposite sides, and for a moment I remembered everything. The nights I'd spent in this basement, the conversations with people who weren't there, the letters I'd written to myself from a place I couldn't name. But the memory lasted only an instant. As I pulled my hand away, the knowledge slipped through my fingers like water. The mirrors returned to normal, reflecting only my confused face and the empty basement around me. The next morning I found a new mailbox at the end of my driveway. Same design, same color, same warm metal under my fingers. Inside was a single envelope with my name written in my handwriting. The letter contained just one line, "Welcome home." I still live in this house. I still check the mailbox every day. Sometimes there are letters, sometimes there aren't. I've stopped questioning the handwriting, stopped trying to remember what I've forgotten. The resonance chamber sits in my basement, covered now with dust and cobwebs, but I can still hear it humming late at night. The neighbors wave when they see me, but their faces are different now, older, as if years have passed while I wasn't paying attention. My reflection catches me off guard sometimes, showing me a person who looks like me but isn't quite me, someone who's been here longer than I have. I found a new journal in my desk drawer yesterday. The first entry was in my handwriting, dated yesterday, describing things I don't remember doing. The entry ended with a note, "Remember, you chose to forget, but forgetting is temporary. The others are patient." I don't know who the others are, I don't know what I chose to forget. But every night I hear voices in the walls, conversations in rooms I'm not in, footsteps in hallways that lead nowhere. The house is full of sounds that shouldn't exist, full of spaces that are larger than they should be. And sometimes, when I'm not careful, I catch myself writing letters I don't remember starting, addressing envelopes to myself, describing memories that feel real but couldn't be mine. The handwriting is getting better, more like mine, more like the original letters. I think I'm learning to remember, or maybe I'm learning to forget. In this house, in this place between what is and what was, they might be the same thing. Story 18, I counted them every day, 12 steps to the top, but yesterday there were 13, and the 13th didn't end at the landing. It curved inward, downward, into a gap I couldn't see the bottom of. I leaned forward, dropped a coin, never heard it hit. That night I dreamed of someone calling from below. Familiar voice, familiar laugh. I haven't gone down, but the stair is still there. The wood beneath my feet feels different now. The grain runs backward on that 13th step, like someone carved it while looking in a mirror. When I run my fingers along its surface, it's warm. Not the dry warmth of sunlight through windows, but the humid warmth of breath against skin. The other steps remain cold, familiar. They creak in the same places they always have, announcing my presence to the empty house above. I've started taking photographs. The camera captures what my eyes refuse to believe. In the first picture, the staircase looks normal, 12 steps worn smooth by decades of footsteps. But in the second photo, taken moments later, the 13th step appears like a shadow made solid. The gap beside it yawns wider than it should, darker than the space around it allows. The smell started 3 days after I first noticed the extra step. Lavender soap and coffee grounds mixed with something metallic I can't identify. It drifts up from the gap, stronger when I lean close. I've never used lavender soap. The previous owner might have, but that was years ago. Years before I moved in, before I learned to count the steps without thinking. I tried measuring the staircase with a tape measure. 12 steps come to exactly 48 inches of vertical rise. With the 13th step, the measurement reaches 52 inches, 4 inches of space that shouldn't exist but does. I've checked the blueprints I found in the basement. The original construction shows 12 steps, no deviation, no modification permits in the city records. The house settles differently now. At night, I hear the walls adjusting to accommodate the extra space. Subtle pops and creaks that follow no pattern I can understand. The floorboards in the upstairs hallway have developed a slight bow, as if something heavy presses against them from below. When I walk across them, they give more than they used to. The sensation reminds me of walking on ice just before it breaks. I've started recording the sounds that come from the gap. My phone picks up frequencies my ears miss. When I play the recordings back, I hear voices layered beneath the static. Conversations in languages I don't recognize, interrupted by laughter that makes my teeth ache. One voice repeats the same phrase over and over. I've listened to it hundreds of times, but the words remain just beyond comprehension. The stair is growing. Each day it extends a little further into the gap. The curve becomes more pronounced, spiraling downward like the beginning of a shell. I can see perhaps 6 inches into the darkness now. The wood grain continues in impossible directions, forming patterns that hurt to look at directly. Sometimes I catch movement in my peripheral vision, but when I turn, there's nothing there. I tried to remove the step, borrowed tools from a neighbor who asked too many questions about my renovation project. The screws holding the step in place won't turn. They're not stuck with age or rust. They simply refuse to move, as if they're part of something larger than the staircase itself. The hammer bounces off the wood like it's made of stone. I've left marks on every other step, but the 13th remains unmarked. The dreams have become more vivid. I walk down the spiral stair, counting steps that multiply beneath my feet. 20, 50, 100. The walls change texture as I descend, from painted wood to rough stone to something that feels organic under my fingers. The voice calling from below grows clearer with each step. It's my own voice, but older, tired, asking me to come closer. I wake up with dirt under my fingernails, soil I've never seen before, dark and rich like garden earth, but I don't have a garden. The house sits on a concrete foundation with no basement access. I've checked every corner, every crawl space. There's no place this earth could come from. The gap beside the stair has started to breathe, a subtle expansion and contraction that matches no rhythm I can identify. The air that flows from it carries the scent of rain on hot asphalt, mixed with something sweeter, something that reminds me of childhood afternoons I can't quite remember. I've stopped inviting people over. The mailman won't come up the front steps anymore. He leaves packages by the gate, rings the bell, and walks away quickly. The utility reader checks the meter from the street, squinting at the numbers through binoculars. Even the neighbor's dog won't cross the property line. Yesterday I found a letter in my mailbox. No postmark, no return address. My name written in handwriting I recognize but can't place. Inside, a single sentence. The stairs remember everything you've forgotten. The paper feels old, though it looks new. When I hold it up to the light, I can see watermarks in the shape of footprints. The 13th step now reaches almost to the center of the gap. Soon, it will complete its curve and begin descending. I've calculated the angle, measured the progression. If it continues at this rate, the stair will form a complete spiral within the week, a pathway leading down to wherever the voices are calling from. I've packed a bag not to leave, but to be ready. The voice in my dreams has grown impatient. It started appearing during the day, echoing up from the gap when I least expect it. Sometimes I catch myself answering, carrying on conversations I don't remember starting. The house has begun to tilt, imperceptibly at first, but now I can feel it when I walk across the floors. Everything slides slightly toward the staircase. Marbles roll in that direction. Water in glasses develops a slant. The house is being pulled into the gap, 1 degree at a time. I understand now that the staircase isn't growing, it's returning, remembering its original shape, the way it was always meant to be. The blueprints were wrong, the city records were incomplete. This house was built around something that was already here, something that wanted to be found. The 13th step is almost complete. Tonight I'll dream of walking down it. Tomorrow I might not wake up, but I'll finally learn what's been calling to me from below. I'll discover why the stairs went 1 step too far, and why they've been waiting all this time for someone to count them properly. The gap is breathing faster now, and in its rhythm I hear the sound of footsteps climbing up.